over in your junior Maine-Anjou female show. At this time, we have class number 1, entry 1561, Trevor Williams, entry 1562, Jake King, and entry 1564, Terlin Timer.
Well, 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 here on the main side of the arena, first of all, I'd like to say it's a pleasure and an honor for Amy and I to be here to judge here together. I've been coming to Denver for a long time, and it's always been a dream of mine to judge here. This will be my first time, but I'm good with that. A lot of respect to the two gentlemen on the other side. I've known Donnie Robertson since we were 20 years old, and working for guys that meant a lot in this industry. I haven't known Miles very long, or near as long, but a lot of respect for those gentlemen. On this side here for Amy and I, we're going to lead off with the heifer. To me and Amy gives us the best maternal look. I'm kind of a maternal kind of guy. I really like the maternal look of this female. Amy and I really thought she was the most flexible female in the class, too, as we put him in motion. That led her to the top of the class very easily for me and Amy. She's really feminine in her head. She's really got a good maternal look, a good female look through her neck and her chest. She's sure got a lot of body when you get out behind her, a lot of dimensions in the center of the rib, good balance. And like I said, when you put her in motion, we thought the most flexible heifer, really nice class winner to start off with. Young man's heifer comes in next in line. Not as much heifer here, but this is the youngest heifer. This is the April, with the other two being the Marches. Again, for Amy and I, probably just a little more maternal and a little more flexible than the heifer that's going to come in behind her, very long-sided. Not the forerib in this female, not the center dimensional rib in this female is the heifer that's going to go out in front of her, but still very flexible and maternal. Young lady's heifer that's going to come in next in line, extremely powerful female. Easily the most powerful female when you get out behind her, and I appreciate that, and I will appreciate that as the day goes on. For Amy and I, she just needs to be more flexible as she travels around the ring here to get her any higher in the class today.
Within your junior Maine-Anjou spring heifer calf, Class 1, your results: in third place, entry 1564, Terlin Timer. In second place, entry 1561, Trevor Williams. And your class winner, entry 1562, Jake King. In the ring at this time is class number 2. We have entry 1565, Ryan Carlson, and entry 1566, Kayla Muir.
here in this second class of heifer calves. One thing I will explain to you, Amy and I, we showed 14 head of Angus here yesterday. We showed 10 head of Angus in the junior show. We will refrain from trying to point the kids at the out gate. We think it makes it difficult for them to show. So that's why we're trying to get them around and get the kids facing this way. We'll get it down here in the ring, but we'd like for them to face this way so the kids have a better chance at showing them. The young heifer that's going to lead this class off for me, this is the kind of heifer Amy and I will be looking for. We love the femininity and the maternal look of this female. I like the way she's built in her head and neck. I like this shape and swoop to her body. She's more moderate than the other heifer, but actually for Amy and I, an end of January female, this is plenty end of January female. She's the softest, free, and easiest of the two heifers as you get her going around the ring. She's a heifer that possesses a lot of things Amy and I like, from that maternal look, still has enough power, very athletic. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, larger frame heifer, is extremely powerful, more powerful again when you get out behind her. Big down her top, big out her hip, carries that down into her stifle, big bone under this female. Not near the shape and dimension in the center of the rib cage of this female. When you get her in motion, doesn't quite reach off either end as the heifer that's going to be in front of her today.
Your results from Class 2 within your junior Maine-Anjou Spring Heifer Calves show. In second place, entry 1566, and that is Kayla Muir. Your class winner, entry 1565, that is Ryan Carlson. At this time, we will bring back our class winners to select your Maine-Anjou Champion Junior Heifer Calves.
Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Not a lot of numbers here, but really a lot of quality in these Maine females. You know, I think if you look at these females versus the two second places versus the two first places, you can see the type and kind Amy and I'll be looking for today. The heifer that won the first class, again, we thought she was the most flexible heifer in the class, gives you a good maternal look, a lot of shape and dimension through the center of that rib, enough power when you get out behind her, plenty of heifer for her size, for her age. This is just a march out here. The young lady's heifer that won the second class really loved the front end on this female, and I mean that they don't need to be the most pencil-necked heifers for me, but they got to have a maternal look, and for Amy and I, this is a maternal look through the front end of this female. Big barrel in the middle of this female's rib cage, a lot of shape and dimension when you get on that rear third of that rib cage, sound as she travels about the ring. A little more powerful when you stand out behind her than the heifer right in front of her, the most moderate heifer in the class. But for Amy and I, these show cattle, and this is what I do for a living, They're getting plenty big at times. This is plenty of end of January heifer standing right here in front of us. So for me, she may seem more moderate to you guys, but for an end of January, there's plenty of Maine heifer there. I think these are two really good class winners here. And I'm going to be straight honest with you. It comes down to these two for the division winner and reserve because we just like how much more maternal and how much freer and easier they get around the ring. With that said, Amy will go show you the one we like for the division winner, and the other will be the reserve. Thank you.
Your champion Maine-Anjou Junior Heifer Calf comes from class number 2, and that is entry 1565, Ryan Carlson. Rolling into consideration for reserve will be entry 1566, and that is Caleb Muir. Your reserve champion junior heifer calf comes from class number 1, and that is entry 1562 of Jake King. Entering the ring at this time is class number 3, junior Maine-Anjou summer yearling females calved July 1st through August 31st. We have the lone entry 1570 from Hannah Fox.
Just a single entry here in our main show, but a heifer that Amy and I both agree will be able to withstand some competition. Again, this heifer is very maternal. Like how clean made she is in her throat, like the depth of rib she has through the center, and she carries that with so much balance to both ends. Love how expanded she is in her forerib. She's really pulled apart from behind. There's plenty of muscle in this female, but she doesn't get coarse about it. She travels free and easy with a flat joint. Just a lot of good in this female. It'll be interesting to see her come back out here with some competition.
Your results from class number 3 in first place, entry 1570. That is Hannah Fox. Set to enter the ring at this time will be class number 4, junior Maine-Anjou summer yearling females calved May 1st through June 31st. We have 2 entries, 1571 from Bria Herndon and entry 1572 from Jamie Holblin. Attention in the barns. Attention in the barns. We have a wallet that has been returned to the announcer stand. And the wallet belongs to Keegan Moose. If you are Keegan Moose, we have your wallet up here at the announcer stand, so please come claim your wallet.
Here in this class of Maine heifers, we're going to start with the big heifer with the white belly on the back. Really deep when you get her on a profile hair. She's up-headed. She's long-sided, square-hipped. Again, we thought she was the most flexible heifer in the class. Big bone and big foot under this female. Pushing plenty of condition for Amy and I right now. You see it when you get her in motion in that underline. Like to probably trim her up a little bit. But within this class, there's just the more powerful build heifer that's still got a female look to her, enough flexibility to her, enough power when you get out behind her to be the class winner today. The young lady's heifer that comes in next in line, the heifer that's more modern in her frame, still has enough bone and foot under with enough capacity, a little harder in her spine when she gets going, doesn't reach quite as well off each end as the heifer right in front of her today, but a heifer for this young lady that has a good look when you get her in profile, is very feminine up through that front end. I just wish she was a little more relaxed in her top and a little freer and easier on the go to get her any higher today.
Your results from class number 4. In second place, entry 1571, Bria Herndon. In first place, class winner, entry 1572, Jamie Hoblin. At this time, we will bring back our class winners from class 3 and 4 to select your champion summer yearling heifers. For those of you who are wondering, your judges are Bruce and Amy Sturtzbaugh. Bruce and his wife, Amy, and their 2 sons, Dylan and his wife, Taylor, and Cade, reside in Louisville, Ohio, where they own and operate Sturtzbaugh Cattle Company. At Sturtzbaugh Cattle Company, their main focus is producing high-quality and national contending Angus show cattle. Bruce has raised Angus cattle for more than 25 years and has produced many national, regional, and state champions throughout the country. Bruce and Amy are extremely proud of their latest and greatest breeding accomplishment, and that is SCC 24 Carat, one of the most popular, exciting, and widely used Angus sires. Bruce is a large supporter of the National Junior Angus Association and all the programs that help develop and educate the next generation. Outside of Angus cattle, another component to Bruce and Amy's day-to-day operations lies with Northridge Aussies, their AKC registered Australian Shepherds that began more than 30 years ago.
Again, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause here for a nice set of Maine heifers here in this intermediate division. Again, not huge numbers, but really good quality. Our two class winners here. This heifer was in a single class that won the first class here. Amy and I really like the build of this female. We like the size of this female. I think this is plenty of June heifer. She's deep, but she's balanced. That depth in the center of the rib, she carries it out in both flanks. She's very feminine and maternal up through her front end. She travels free and easy. She really has a lot of bone and foot. When you get out behind her, though, she's smooth jointed with good top. She's square hipped. Really good build in this female. Puts together a lot of things we really like in a female. Young lady's female that won the second class. Extremely powerful when you get out behind her. Big bone, big footed female. Travels free and easy enough. Really good down her top and out her hip. Really impressive from behind. A heifer for Amy and I is pushing a lot of extra condition maybe compared to the one right in front of her. It shows in the back of that belly when you get her in motion here. I'd like to probably just take a little bit of condition off of her and see if that doesn't maybe help in her chest and her underline a little bit to make her look a little fresher, a little more maternal. Really a nice pair of heifers here. Amy will go out here and pick your division winner, and then we'll get your reserve. Thank you.
Your champion summer yearling heifer comes from class number 3, that is entry 1570 from Hannah Fox. Your reserve champion summer yearling heifer comes from class number 4, and that is Jamie Hoblin. At this time, we will bring back our division winners to select your grand champion junior Maine-Anjou heifers. Once again, in the ring at this time is your grand champion junior Maine-Anjou heifer selection. We have your champion junior heifer calf, entry 1565, Ryan Carlson, and your reserve champion junior heifer calf, entry 1562, Jake King. We also have your champion Maine-Anjou summer yearling heifer, and that is Hannah Fox, and your reserve champion is Jamie Hoblin.
Well, let's give these junior exhibitors a nice round of applause out here in the main show for Champion Heifer. I know the numbers weren't huge out here, but Amy and I are still very impressed with the quality. We think there are very high quality females standing out here. There's sure some differences. You're going to see me and Amy through a few other segments of this today, so we're not going to go into any long speeches. I'm not really a speech guy. But I think these females represent on this side, all four of these females, what Amy and I will be looking for today. You know, the calf, we really like the calf, how flexible she was, the big body, the really good feminine top or feminine front end in her. For Amy and I, when she gets standing here, she's just a little easy in that top from a profile here. When she moves, it's actually she carries it very nicely. For me, sometimes I wouldn't mind them being a little softer there. I think they are a little more flexible, but on a profile, I wish she carried that a little better. The young ladies heifer that won the second division, love the balance in this female when you get her on the side view here. Really good down her top and square at her hip. Really good on her feet and legs. Really nice and neat in her joints, still feminine up front. Very impressive from behind. Just love the tremendous balance. This heifer has a big rib cage in her. But you may not notice as much on the profile because it balances so well. She carries that depth into that foreflank and into that rear flank so good. A really good pair of heifers. We got one from Amy and I that kind of stands out to win the show for us. And Amy will go over there and slap you a champion heifer right now, and then we'll look for reserve.
Your grand champion junior Maine-Anjou heifer is entry 1570, Hannah Fox. Rolling into consideration for the reserve will be the reserve champion summer yearling heifer of Jamie Hoblin. Your reserve grand champion junior Maine-Anjou heifer is entry 1565, Ryan Carlson. At this time, we will pause the show for photo opportunities with our judges. And again, announcement, if you are Keegan Moose from Iowa, your wallet has been found in the ladies' room and it is at the announcer's stand. So Keegan Moose, please report to the announcer's stand to collect your belongings. In the ring at this time is class number 5 of your Western Open Maine-Anjou female show. We have entry 3104, Michael and Jennifer Rigby. Entry 1561, Trevor Williams. Entry 3106, Jake King. Entry 3108, Terrelyn Timer. And 3109 from Griswold Cattle. Your first and seconds within class number 5 will become your champion and reserve champion Heifer for your Spring Division 1. Also, for those of you paying close attention, we have changed judges. Our judge is Jeff Bedwell from Isabella, Oklahoma. He raises shorthorn cattle, and he's done so for over 100 years. He has judged at state and national shows across the country. We welcome our judge, Jeff Bedwell.
Well, good afternoon, and quite a way to start our open division of our purebred Maine-Anjou show. Certainly good to be back in Denver. Nice to see this atmosphere, and certainly an exciting way to start your Maine-Anjou show. Agree or disagree with the way the cattle line up for me today, but let me tell you what I see here. And I see a heifer that starts really good at her muzzle and jaw and goes to the ground with good soundness and length of stride. I think her composition's extremely good, and I think she's one that has not only a good look from the side, but an impressive dimension to her as you stand atop of her. Study her down her top and out her hip. I think she comes with better completeness and better width as we study her in the top side of her skeleton. This heifer that comes second's got big paws. She's a big-footed scamp that can really move well. She's flexible on both ends, and her shoulder slope is extremely good. Maybe not quite as impressive as our class winner from hooks to pins in terms of total width, but I just think one that has got the body shape, the build to become one that expands and get to be a pretty nice kind of a brood cow as we watch her develop. This heifer in third is one that is a little bit troublesome to put in this particular lineup with this many heifers in it. You either start with her for me or she goes third, and her build is big and stout and robust. She's pretty smooth for a heifer that's got that much power, but a little more perhaps quicker in her kind, if you will. Just a little bit shorter in her step as she gets out and travels, but a really good bodied one that flexes pretty good on her hind leg. Hind leg's a little bit my issue here on our heifer that's 4. We'd like to see her a little more comfortable as she gets all the way down to the ground on her pastern and give a little more flexibility to her hock. A really good bodied, really well presented female that's got all the thickness in the world. A nice set of heifers to begin with. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Your results from class number 5. In fourth place, entry 3108 from Terrelyn Timer. In third place, entry 3109, Griswold Cattle. In second place, and your reserve champion spring heifer calf for Division 1 is entry 1561 from Trevor Williams. In first place, and your champion spring heifer calf from Division 1 is entry 3106, Jake King. In the ring at this time is class number 6. We have entries 3110 from DeJong Ranch, entry 3111 from Ryan Carlson, and entry 3112 from Kayla Muir. These are open Maine-Anjou spring heifer calves calved February 1st through February 28th of 2022. Your first and seconds within this class will become your champion and reserve champion spring heifer calves.
Really nice group of February heifers over on the Maine side. I think the heifer that starts this class for me does so because of her athleticism and her maternal look. I see this heifer as one that has tremendous angularity and a feminine look and design up through her front third. I think her conditioning and her management for her stage of maturity is right on track, even though she's maybe not as big a scale to heifer, maybe not as late in her maturity as the other two heifers are to have that kind of a big cow outcome. But boy, I think when she gets out and travels, she plants her feet with authority. I think she's really solid in terms of her toe shape and size. I like her maternal shape to her rib, the angularity to her front third, and the complement of muscularity we find to go along with that. I think a really nice place to start. I think there's some trade-offs between 2 and 3. I go to the heifer for me that is probably better at the top of her blade and as she reads into the top of her neck, even though I don't know that she's any necessarily sounder or longer strided than the heifer that follows her. Perhaps both of those two heifers could be a little bit more relaxed as they get out and travel off their front third and even maybe to the hock to the ground. But I think the angularity of this heifer up through the top of that neck and shoulder and the feminine look that she has to her muscle system, probably just a nickel leaner than what the heifer is in third. I think those are some advantages that I appreciate. Here's the big structured one that's big hipped and big backed, and to go along with that, a little more forearm, a little more boldness to her shoulder here in this third heifer. She also gets just a bit thicker right at the top of her neck, and as she ties into that blade at the top of that neck, again, a really good group of females. Congratulations to our Maine-Anjou exhibitors.
Your results from class number 6 in third place, entry 3112, and that is Kayla Muir. In second place, and your reserve champion spring heifer calf for Division 2 is entry 3110, De Jong Ranch. And your class winner and becoming your champion spring heifer calf for Division 2 is entry 3111, and that is Ryan Carlson. In the ring at this time is class number 7. We have the lone entry 3116 from Hannah Fox. This is Open Maine-Anjou Summer Yearling Heifers calved July 1st through August 31st of 2021.
Really nice single entry, a July-born female that has tons of shape and very angular. Really like her build in terms of her conformation and the way that she gets progressively wider through the middle of her skeleton and out to her hip. Handles herself nicely as she gets out here and travels. Again, congratulations to our Maine-Anjou exhibitor.
Your class 7 results: in first place, entry 3116, Hannah Fox. At this time, entering the ring at this moment will be class 8. We have entries 3099 from Bria Herndon and entry 3117, Jamie Hoblin. These are Open Maine-Anjou Summer Yearling Heifers calved May 1st through June 30th of 2021.
Well, my compliments to our exhibitors. I think this is a really, really nice pair of May yearling females, and I can trade those around in my mind on a given day. But I think as I kind of pick these cattle apart and kind of evaluate what they bring to us out here, I think the bigger heifer, bigger featured, bigger footed female gets out and just travels with more flexibility on either end of her skeleton. I think she's probably remained, and she's not trim by any means, but I think cleaner as you watch and study her blade and you look through the floor of her chest and study her down the top of her skeleton. I think her trimness and her composition is just about where she needs to be in terms of a big old strong heifer like that. She probably looks fatter than she maybe is because of all that extra stuff we've got going on underneath there, but just a big structured female that can handle it very well. Reads with some maternal presence and look as she gets out and travels because she's able to keep her front end up out of the top of her shoulder and be comfortable in her top as she does it. This is a little more moderate heifer that comes second, but one that I really dig her shape. I think in terms of functionality and practicality, she's one that's awfully, awfully good and can handle herself against a lot of cattle. Maybe just a tick more condition on that female. You see it back around her pins and maybe through the floor of her chest, maybe even in her lower third. But a heifer that I think could, if we could make her reach just a nickel better, make her just a notch trimmer, I think she makes an awfully good stab at our heifer that wins the class. Excellent pair of cows. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Results from class number 8 in second place, entry 3099, Bria Herndon. And your class winner, entry 3117, Jamie Hoblin. We will bring back our class winners from 7 and 8 to select your Maine-Anjou champion summer yearling heifers.
Well, we haven't had very many numbers in this division, but there are three actually really, really good females out here. I'd like for you to put your hands together, if you would, and congratulate our exhibitors. I think they're outstanding cattle. You know, I think our July heifer that's in that lead spot in that lineup is one that is just ultra fresh and ultra feminine and still maternal. I really like her muzzle and her jaw strength to go along with some femininity and angularity to her front end that is not going to inhibit all that width and span we see to the middle of her body, and the way that we get back into a hip that's got some length to her muscle, I think is pretty unique to a cow, to any cow that you build, to have that much dimension, to still yet be that fresh and to still yet have those kind of athletic qualities that we like in these cattle. I think she ties a lot of that together. And we see a really big stout featured cow here that follows her that's bigger footed even, maybe even a little more robust in terms of her volume and her body depth. Again, kind of like to clean a little of that up back in her flank, and I think it would actually make her more attractive to me. But I have to be complimentary of the way they've managed her to keep her front end tight into her the way that they have. I think an awfully good cow in her own right. Let's put our hands together one more time. We're going to make a champion and a reserve.
Your champion summer yearling heifer comes from class number 7, that is entry 3116, Hannah Fox. Your reserve champion summer yearling heifer comes from class number 8, and that is entry 3117, Jamie Hoblin. At this time, we will bring back our division winners to select your grand champion open Maine-Anjou females.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, there's really nothing like getting to be in Denver, and there's really nothing like getting to evaluate cattle in Denver and offer your opinion about the cattle. We've not had a lot of numbers in this purebred female show, but it doesn't take a lot of numbers when you end up with 6 cattle standing out here to be champion or reserve that have the kind of quality that you see out here. They didn't come out here to be second, and I appreciate their effort. Certainly appreciate the quality that we see. Let's give them a nice round of applause, if you would, please. I'm not going to describe each of the heifers. We've just done that as we've gone through class and divisions. But the heifers that I'm going to end up pulling together for your Grand and Reserve, I think, are good-bodied cattle. They're going to be sensibly sized cattle at maturity. I think they're cattle that are going to have value for years to come because of their athleticism, their jaw strength, their rib shape, and their angularity. Let's put our hands together one more time. I'll show you which 2 I just described.
Your grand champion Maine-Anjou female is also your champion summer yearling heifer, and that is entry 3116 Hannah Fox. Rolling into consideration for your reserve was Jamie Hoblin. Your reserve grand champion open Maine-Anjou female is also your champion at spring heifer calf for Division 2, and that is Ryan Carlson. At this time, we have paused our show because we are taking pictures with our champions and our judge, Jeff Bedwell. We will begin and pick up right where we left off with the Western Open Maine-Anjou Bull Show, starting with class number 9, 10, and 11. In the ring at this time is class number 9 of Open Maine-Anjou Bulls. We have the entry of 3124 of Copeland and Sons LLC.
Well, we may not have a lot of numbers in this main show today. There's not going to be any let up on the quality. This April calf has just got a tremendous amount of performance in him. Big backed kind of a calf, big hipped kind of a calf, and one that you certainly like. A lot of things that would allow him to complement a lot of females that are maybe a little shorter statured, maybe a little more compact. His stretch and extension, I think, would be a nice fit for those. And to go along with that, you look at his numbers, and he's got some calving ease to kind of complement that as well. So a nice individual. Congratulations to our exhibitor.
Your results from Class 9 in first place, entry 3124, Copeland and Sons LLC. Set to enter the ring at this time will be class number 10 of Open Maine-Anjou Bulls, calved October through December of 2021. We have the lone entry at 3130 from Griswold Cattle LLC.
No. Well, again, just tremendous quality here and what we see. And sometimes when you don't see numbers in terms of a show, it's hard to tell just how good they really are. But pick a hole in this guy. There aren't very many. He starts at the ground extremely good. Foot shape's excellent. His athleticism and flexibility is second to none. Just smooth as a ribbon as you study him as he transitions out of his blade to still show you the kind of masculinity that a fall calf is going to show you at this stage of the game. Just an awfully good one. Congratulations again to our exhibitor.
Results from class number 10, entry 3130 in first place from Griswold Cattle LLC. In the ring at this time is class number 11. This is Open Maine-Anjou Bulls, calved February through April of 2021. We have entry 5151 from Addison Lehman and entry 3131 from Russ Livia Cattle Company.
Well, I don't think that you can do anything wrong here in terms of making a poor decision unless you're the guy that's standing second, and then obviously you're going to think that I'm not seeing them right. But I guess as you guys look at that calf standing there, that bull is tremendously wide-chested and good through the floor of his chest, and his forearm is unbelievably blended into his blade. Just a massive back critter that's got so much hip and power. Flexes just as correctly as you could ask one to flex in terms of a power animal like that. Some may think he's got a little too much crest. He may have a little more of a mature look to his front end. I actually love it. I love that physical character and physiological character that I see in that guy, and his testicles are better than this bull we've got over here. This guy is a picture that we've got on this side of the ring. He balances extremely well. He's a longer pattern bull. Probably gets just a little easier in his top and a little rougher up over his hip as he gets out and travels. Maybe doesn't maintain quite the trueness in terms of his ability to keep his back wheels and his front ones all going within that same perimeter of right there in terms of being right on the outside of his skeleton, but an awfully good bull. Like to change the shape and set to his testicle just a little bit, make them just a little more uniform, but an awfully good critter in terms of balance and power. Again, one that's super big, stout, structured kind of a calf and can complement lots of females as well. Congratulations to our bull exhibitors.
Your results from Class 11 in second place, entry 5151, Addison Lehman. In first place, entry 3131, Rasilvia Cattle Company. At this time, we will bring back our class winners from 9, 10, and 11 to select your grand champion Maine-Anjou bull.
Well, again, not a lot of numbers in our show, but again, you just can't appreciate how good these cattle are until you wade through a bunch of them. And I am very fortunate to get to see a lot of cattle in a lot of different ways, and can't tell you enough how much I appreciate the opportunity to get to express my evaluation of them as we work through your Purebred Bull Show. You know, we talked about our calf up front as we saw him in class, a single entry class. Tremendous growth in this guy, a lot of balance, a lot of pattern. He's a lot like our bull that's reserved in this oldest division over here in terms of his pattern. We talked about his complementarity to his growth of being unique in terms of having some calving ease. There's places where that guy is going to fit some cows and do a really good job. He's immature compared to the bulls we've got behind him, and a little more maturity I think makes him even more competitive against these guys, but he looks to me like one that's going to continue to expand in the right places and do a nice job. Maybe doesn't wheel quite as good as the bulls behind him in terms of really being comfortable off his hind leg, but I think an awfully good calf. This fall yearling bull was in a class and a division all of himself. That's just about as good a balanced one and as well proportioned and as flexible a bull as you're going to get to see of a lot of different breeds of any kind. Tremendous character to this guy in terms of sexual character and development in that regard. Big testicled, good jawed, good muzzled calf that blends good in his shoulder, but still yet has the masculinity and the development to get to be a really stout and rugged kind of a herd sire. Calf that comes out of the next division, again, just a power animal. You know, I actually think if you drop his tail a little bit and help his balance, that makes him look a little prettier from the side. But when you get in front of this guy and watch him come to you, you get around behind him and you watch him go away from you, that's a big, strong one that's a tremendous athlete and a tremendous herd sire in his own right. I think there's just a lot of value to that guy. Packs a lot of material underneath that hide for the athleticism that he gives us out here today. Let's put our hands together and congratulate your Maine-Anjou purebred bull exhibitors. Just a tremendous set.
Your grand champion Maine-Anjou bull comes from class number 10, and that is entry 3130, Griswold Cattle. Your reserve grand champion Maine-Anjou bull comes from class 11, that is entry 3131, Rasilvia Cattle Company. In the ring at this time is your Class 12 of Open Mainetainer bulls, calved March 1st through April 30th of 2022. We have 3 entries, 3138 from Cole Minges, entry 3139 from Allie Taylor, and another entry from Allie Taylor with entry 3140. These Open Maintainer bulls calved March 1st through April 30th of 2022.
I think our bull calves in our maintainer March class here kind of sort themselves as you look at them at the ground. The calf that's going to win our class not only is the highest performing of our group, he's the furthest and most advanced in his maturity in terms of his sexuality. You also see that big square toe in that calf, and he handles himself with the most stability on front and rear pastern both. He's all the tighter in his hock that I'd like for him to be, but his flexibility looks pretty good to me in terms of his foot shape and heel depth as he gets out and travels. It allows him to stay comfortable in his top, lets him work his hip right as he gets out and travels. The young lady's bull's the lower performing of the 3, and he needs to have more body. This calf to me is really an extended kind of a calf up through his front third, and you like that about him. You like his overall shape, and I like the way that he blends and transitions in his forerib and shoulder. I really think he has the ability to expand in the right kind of places to develop into a really masculine and massive kind of a herd sire. It's at the ground that he gets ahead of his contemporary here in this particular class. He's just a bunch better in terms of his toe shape and placement up front. sets down with a lot more stability on his rear pastern as he gets out and travels. And that's my biggest criticism of this bull that has really similar numbers. This calf just needs to be a little sounder on his hind leg, perhaps squared up a bit in his hip structure to improve the way that he gets out and travels. Again, a good set of Maintainer bulls. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Your results from Class 12. In third place, entry 3140 from Allie Taylor. In second place, entry 3139, also from Allie Taylor. Your class winner, entry 3138 from Cole Minges. In the ring at this time is Class 13. We have the lone entry, 3141 from Cash Langford. These are open Maintainer bulls calved November 1st through December 31st of 2021.
Well, another single entry, and a lot like our fall yearling bull we saw a while ago in our purebred show. He's just really good cattle, and he's flexible like that bull was. Really, really good at the ground in terms of his foot size and shape. Just really gets out and travels extremely well. Again, individually, I love his masculinity in his head. I like his positioning of his neck as it comes out of his shoulder correctly. It allows him to get his knee back, and it allows him to stay right in his top as he gets out and travels. You get right in behind him, maybe he could be just a little square as he comes off that hind leg. Getting pretty picky on one that's got a lot of value to a lot of different cows in the country. I think there's a lot of potential for this guy as well. Congratulations. Excellent, excellent fall yearling bull.
Results from Class 13. In first place, entry 3141, and that is Cash Langford. In the ring at this time will be Class 14. We have entry 3145 from Stetson Roethlisberger.
Well, our February bull is a single entry, obviously, but another really nice calf, a really good-looking calf from the side. He balances up pretty good, real high-headed, up-fronted kind of a calf that does a nice job holding himself together in the top side of his neck and front end as he gets out and travels. Probably not as soft-wheeling kind of a bull as we've seen in some of the other cattle we've seen in this division and the previous, but he's still good cattle. His foot shape's pretty good, and he's a calf that's got some bone in him. He's clean in his joints, and I think he's got some value that way. Probably need to see a little more performance in this guy. Just bust him open and watch him get a little more rib in him. Maybe just have a little more natural width and presence in that regard. But he's still good cattle. There's cows out there that he compliments, and I'm sure he will do an extremely good job that way. Again, congratulations to our single entry in this class.
Results from Class 14. In first place, entry 3145, Stetson Roethlisberger. At this time, we will bring back our class winners from Class 12, 13, and 14 to select your grand champion, Mainetainer bulls.
Well, again, not a lot of numbers, but it's just a tremendous amount of quality. Just really good cattle. I think they're cattle that can fit a lot of different places. There's differences in them, and by golly, I haven't seen any two cow herds that were exactly the same, either in terms of breed conformation or physical conformation. So find a bull that works on the ones you got at home, but it's my job to recognize, I think, the one that has the most to offer out here today with regards to fundamental and functional soundness, character that allows a bull to generate, propensity to generate offspring that are going to have extra quality, shape, and performance, and keep them sound and functional in doing that. And I think we've got the opportunity to do that very handily out here, even though it's not been a lot of numbers. I'm sure going to enjoy standing behind the two that we're going to make grand and reserve in a picture here in just a minute. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate our Maine-Anjou Mainetainer exhibitors, and let's congratulate them with that good round of applause. I'll show you where your grand reserve is.
Your grand champion Maintainer bull comes from class 13. That is entry 3141 Cash Langford. And your reserve grand champion Maintainer bull comes from class 14, and that is entry 3145 Stetson Roethlisberger. Excuse me, entry 3138 is your reserve grand champion, and that is Cole Minges. Cole Mingus. Coming into the ring at this time is Class 15 of your junior Maine Angus Spring Heifer calves, calved March 1st through April 30th. We have entry 1578 from Lincoln Burnt, entry 1579 from Parker Chestnut, entry 1580 from Dallas Ritchie, entry 1582 from AJ Pospical, and entry 1583 from Keegan Sneck.
Well, here in our first class of Maintainer heifers, some big differences here because these are March and April shown against each other. And we're going to start the class off with the youngest heifer in the class. She's actually 50 days younger than the heifer that's going to be right behind her. But Amy and I like a lot about this female. We think she's so good on a profile here from a standpoint of being very maternal, still having great belly shape to her. We love how flexible she is. I like how flexible she is in that rear hock. I like the flexibility in her pastern as she goes around the ring. I like how she sets all her legs down. She's very impressive when you get out behind her. She's a heifer for me and Amy that we like the size of this one. This heifer we feel is very appropriate for an April 1st kind of heifer. And just when you take into consideration where we think they need to be and what they'll grow up to be, from the composition of a balanced phenotype standpoint, the size of her and everything, she puts a lot of things together really nicely for Amy and I. We really like this female that comes in next. Super good look on her profile here, very feminine out through her front end. She's good down her top and squat her hip, like the rib shape and dimension in her. When we put her in motion, I think she's a little bit tighter made in that hock. She reaches good with her from her hip, but she doesn't flex in her hock like the heifer in front of her. And then for her age, there's a lot of heifer here. And that's fine, but I just probably wish there was probably for a March 1st just a little less heifer here for Amy and I today. This heifer that comes next in line, again, a really big framed heifer for age, big bodied kind of female. She's pushing a little more condition than the two in front of her. I'd like to clean her up in that throat latch, clean her up down in her chest maybe a little bit. That little extra bit of condition in her takes away from her femininity a little bit. She's got a little plainer head for me. But this is a big-bodied, stout kind of female with a lot of good in her. Like I said, probably like to take a little condition off of her. Same for the next heifer in line. This is a female with a big body. She's got a little extra condition. When you get her in motion, she doesn't reach and travel as quite as easy as the three heifers in front of her. Then she gets plainer in that head and neck. But I appreciate the power and the volume in this female. The young man's heifer that comes in next in line doesn't have near the capacity and volume of the heifers right in front of him today. More youthful. Appreciate the femininity up front, the cleanliness of this heifer. But this heifer, I'm a little concerned there's not the rear third of the rib cage. And this female's the ones right in front of him. Like to see her a little more flexible as she goes about the ring to get any higher.
Your results from Class 15 in 5th place, entry 1579, Parker Chestnut. In 4th place, entry 1582, AJ Hospital. In 3rd place, entry 1580, Parker Chestnut. Dallas Ritchie. In 2nd place, entry 1583, Keegan Steck. And your class winner is entry 1578 of Lincoln Burnt. In the ring at this time is Class 16. This is your junior Maine Angus Spring Heifer Calves, calf January through February 28th of 2022. We have entry 1584 from AJ Pospischel, entry 1585 from Tanner Seabolt, entry 1586 from Tyson Fox, and entry 1587 from Lucas Liefers. Special thanks to everybody helping getting that under control, and keep showing Tyson, because it happens to everybody. So it matters what you do from here.
Here in the Maine Angus ring, we're going to start off really a nice pair of heifers to start off with. There's sure some differences here. Amy and I really like the structure of this heifer that's going to lead off the class. She's flat in her shoulder. There's still plenty of stoutness. Love the depth to her rib. Love the way she carries that depth into her foreflank and into her rear flank. She's really flat jointed, has plenty of bone. She's good down her top. She's square out her hip for Amy and I. Is she as long fronted as the heifer behind her? No, she's not, but she's still very female in that front end. She's good enough in that chest, great balance. I like the way she handles her hind legs a little bit better going away from me than the heifer right behind her. I like the squareness of her hip a little more, but it's a really good pair of heifers. Nice heifer to start off with. This young man actually has the heifer I thought when they first come out would probably win the class for me. Big bone, big footed heifer. Really good in the center of that rib cage again, and carries that depth front to rear. Love the extension up front, gives you that good feminine look. I think when you get out behind this heifer, she's rounder in that hip. She wants to drop at her pins a little bit, and then when you get her in motion from behind, she wants to roll on that outside hoof wall just a little bit. But that's a good pair, solid pair of heifers to lead off with. Young man's heifer that's going to come in next in line mostly follows the type of the two in front of us. A lot of balance when you get on her profile. Not near the mass of rib in this female. She's a little more moderate, but there's enough size here in this female. She's up-headed. She does a lot of things right, but she needs just a little more mass and power to be able to catch up with the two in front of her. Young man's heifer that's going to come in next in line. She's really up-headed, really has that feminine look up front. She just gets rounder from every angle. She's rounder in that hip. When you view her from a three-quarter angle, she's a little rounder in that shoulder. I just like to make her smoother in her build to catch up with the ones in front of her today.
Your results from Class 16: in fourth place, entry 1585, Tanner Seabolt. In third place, entry 1584, AJ Pospischel. In second place, entry 1587, Lucas Liefers. And your class winner, entry 1586, Tyson Fox. At this time, we will bring back our class winners to select your Maine Angus Champion Spring Heifer calves.
Let's give a nice round of applause to these Maine Angus exhibitors. You know, in the high Maine, we had some really nice heifer calves. But for Amy and I, this is really a stellar set of heifer calves. I think all four of these heifer calves are really nice. I think there's a lot to be proud of. It'll be a lot to see how they continue on and what their future holds for them. You know, for Amy and I, we're going to look at the things we like today and the things that make us the happiest. But honestly, if anybody had a difference of opinion on how they place these four when it's all said and done, I'm fine with that because there's a lot of quality here. I'll talk to two class winners right now and just let you know what me and Amy thought of them again. We really like the heifer that won the first class. We love the look she gives you on a profile here, and that's not to say, well, so you just want a cool one. No, there's a lot of things about this look she gives on her profile that's what I want in a female to go on and make a cow out of. And that is Amy and I, we're Angus breeders. I've been in the show world all my life. But when I pick show heifers, they're ones I think can make cows that have monetary value for their whole life, not just if they're going to get their picture taken. That's what we see in this heifer up front here. She's really good boned, really good footed. She's flat jointed. She has great rib shape. She has what we really like in the front end. There's length, there's extension. It's really cool to look at, but there's a great maternal look to it. She's soft enough in her top. There's plenty of muscle. We like the condition she's in. We like the size of the heifer for her age as far as how we proceed her to come out as a mature heifer with the appropriate size. There's just a lot we like about that one. There's a lot we like about the heifer that come in second. This heifer is really deep in the center of that rib. She carries that depth to her forerib and into her rear rib. She's really good on her feet and legs. She's really set back in her knee good. She's good down her top. She's impressive from behind. She's probably not quite as extended up front as the heifer right in front of her, but she's still very maternal in her appearance. I think it's a really good pair of heifers. I'm going to go ahead and hang up the mic here. Amy will go get you your division winner. We'll let the second come out and get a look, and we'll get you a reserve. But it's been a wonderful set. I think four really nice heifers out here.
Your champion Maine Angus Spring Heifer comes from class 15, and that is entry 1578 from Lincoln Burnt. Rolling into consideration will be the second place from Class 15. That is entry 1583, Keegan Steck. Your reserve champion, Maine Angus Spring Heifer Calf, is your Class 16 winner, 1586, Tyson Fox. Coming in the ring at this time is Class 17. This is Junior Maine Angus Summer Yearling Heifers, calved May 1st through June 31st of 2021. We have the lone entry of 1589 from Baron Strope. This is the only female within the division, so this will become your champion Summer Yearling Heifer.
Just a single entry here in this division of the Maine Angus show, but really a nice female, very complete when you get on her profile here. She's sure feminine enough through that head, down into that chest. Heifer that has enough body depth, has maybe just a little bit of waist in that rear third and that navel or that chest floor, but she's a female that to me travels free and easy enough when you get her on her profile. It'll just be interesting to see her back out here with some competition as the show goes on.
Your results from Class 17. In first place, entry 1589, Baron Strope, also becoming your champion Summer Yearling Heifer. Coming into the ring at this time is Class 18 of Junior Maine Angus Spring Yearling Heifers, calved March 1st through April 30th of 2021. We have two entries, 1592 from Rebecca Langford and entry 1593 from Garrett Scholes. These are the only two females within the division, so therefore your first and seconds will become your champion and reserve champion Junior Yearling Heifers.
Here in this class of spring yearlings, these will be your division winners. I think we got two really nice heifers. We definitely have some differences, but there's sure some things about them. They're both very female looking to Amy and I. We probably prefer this heifer here from her heart forward on this female. We really like the head on this female, really like the design of her neck and down into her chest and the way her chest levels out and goes into her forerib, back into a big old sweeping deep belly. She's really good down her top. There's a little bit of slope there that allows her to be really sound as she goes about the ring. Love the way she's laid in at the point of her shoulder and expanded in her rib cage. She's good from behind. Is she as big boned or big footed as the one behind her? No, she's not. But there's sure enough bone and foot for Amy and I here, and she's got a very female look to her, got a very cow look to her. This is the kind of female I see going out on grass, and you go out in the evening to look at your cows, and you're still very happy with the cow you see there in a few years walking the grass. Young man's heifer that comes in next in line, there's a lot to like about this female, too. She's long-sided. She's good down her top and out her hip. She's sure sound enough as she goes about the ring. Amy and I thought that the heifer that led the class probably was a little better off her hind leg as we went here. This heifer could get just a little rigid in her pasterns at time. But the difference for me really when it came down to this class was I like the head and neck, the femininity of the heifer out in front of her. I like the way the heifer in front of her was laid in her shoulder a little better. This heifer gets a little more open in her shoulder, a little tighter in her heart when you view her from a three-quarter angle as the heifer right in front of her. So for us today, we're going to go this way, but it's a really nice pair of heifers. Both young people got a lot to be proud of.
Your results from Class 18 in second place, entry 1593, Garrett Scholes. Your class winner, entry 1592, Rebecca Langford. Your results from your champion junior yearling heifer drive, which was the Class 18. Your champion is entry 1592, Rebecca Langford. Your reserve champion goes to Garrett Scholes with entry 1593. At this time, we will bring back our division winners for our grand champion junior Maine Angus female selections.
Again, let's give a nice round of applause to these exhibitors out here. I think, again, it's been a very nice set of females, for not huge numbers, but really high-quality females throughout. Amy and I, we like all 5 of these females. Sure, there's some big differences, but for Amy and I, we look at things from, like I said, a long-term standpoint. Show cattle are how we make our living, besides our dogs that Amy has pushed into a fairly good business. Cattle pay for everything in my house. Both my sons work for me. They pay their salaries. They pay everything. So this is a business for us and Amy, for Amy and I and our family. So from this standpoint, we look at this from a long-term maternal and monetary standpoint. I'm not saying everybody has to look at it that way or whether it's right or wrong. So as we view these females, we're looking for females that, can win shows and do the thing they need to, but we're looking for females we believe in the long run will produce and make money for these young people as they go. With that said, the female that won the first division, there's just a lot to like for Amy and I. We just really love the build of this female. When you start at the tip of the nose and work back, she's good-headed, she's good-necked, she's good down through her chest and the way that chest floor transitions into that forerib. She's really good and deep through the center of her rib. She's got the right shape to that rear rib cage. She has plenty of rib without being obnoxious in it for her age. She still has a youthful look to her. She's a big bone, big-footed one, but flat in her joints. When she travels, for me, I think she travels as free and easy as anything in the lineup. She just gives you a lot of pieces and parts. She's the youngest thing out here, but she's still a very high-quality female. The young man's heifer that won the next division was a single entry within the division. And this young man's got a lot to be proud of. She's feminine fronted. She's good down her top and out her hip. She's got enough rib shape and dimension in her. She's a heifer that's a little waisty in her navel, maybe a little waisty in her chest. For Amy and I, when you get her in motion, she doesn't travel with the free and ease of the other heifers standing around her. She's a little pigeon-toed when you get out in front of her. She doesn't flex off either end as good as the heifers around her, but she's a very balanced, complete female. Should do a nice job for this young man going down the road here. The young lady's heifer that won the last division, extremely cowy looking when you get her on a profile here. Really good and feminine through that front end, really good headed. And I bring up heads a lot, and some people don't really seem to care about a head. I've been in the cattle business for 40 years. I learned from a gentleman named Paul Hill, and there is importance to a head and the femininity and the maternal look they give you. There's a lot more to a head than some people want to admit. That's why you'll hear me talk about it. I like to see the right kind of head on these animals. This animal has a very nice head. She's good in her chest. She's balanced when you get her in a profile here. She's a female that's soundish enough as she goes about the ring. Maybe not quite as flexible as the heifer calf that won the first division, but she's still, for her age, flexible enough. She's very balanced. She's very wide through the center of that rib cage. When you get behind her, she won't disappoint you. Is she as powerful built from her hip back as some of the other heifers out here? Maybe not, but she's still powerful enough for one that carries that kind of maternal look. I think we got a really good group of heifers. There's one for Amy and I that is the kind we're looking for. So she is going to win this. We'll let the second in that class get out here, and we'll get a hard look at them for reserve. But with that said, it's been a pleasure. I think these young people got a bright future. Amy will go grab your champion, Maine Angus.
Your grand champion, junior Maine Angus female, is your champion Maine Angus spring heifer calf, entry 1578, Lincoln Burnt. Rolling into consideration for reserve will be the reserve champion spring heifer calf, and that is entry 1586 from Tyson Fox. Your reserve grand champion junior Maine Angus female is also your champion junior yearling heifer, and that is entry 1592, Rebecca Langford. In the ring at this time is Class 19 of Open Maine Angus Spring Heifer calves, calved March 1st through April 30th. We have entry 3147 from Lincoln Burnt. We have entry 3148 from Parker Chestnut. Entry 3149 from Dallas Ritchie. We have entry 3151 from AJ Pospischel. And entry 3152 from Keegan Steck. Your first and second within this class will become your champion and reserve champion spring heifer calf for Division 1.
Well, I think there's a lot of cattlemen in this facility, and I'm sure that if you were to walk them in here and allow them to evaluate these, you're going to get them lined up a little different from time to time. I guess as I study these top three in particular, I think really it's at the ground that I kind of sort those three out. And there's some things about this heifer I'd like to change that I think are advantages to the two heifers that are right below her. She's got as much condition as I would want on one at this stage of her maturity, but she's a massive cow. She's a lot like our reserve champion bull in our purebred show a while ago in terms of her dimensionality. Wide through the floor of her chest, still comes out good underneath that chest floor. Her flexibility, her toe placement, her depth of heel, her squareness of toe is allowing her to be a lot sounder than the two heifers that you're going to beat today for me. I'd like to manage her condition a little better. But this heifer's got a lot of value in terms of longevity. We can change condition. We don't change structure. Heifer that comes next is more angular fronted. I can sure make a case for starting with this heifer in terms of her freshness. Still one that has some future to her. She's got a really good angle to her shoulder. She does a pretty nice job managing her knee and her blade at the edge of her body cavity's good. Comes back very, very attractively out of her hip. Gets a little tighter in her hock than I would like for her to be, but I think an awfully good one as well. In her own right, a heifer that comes next that has got a lot of positives about her as well. She's one that is a little more moderate in her build and stature than the heifers that win the class. She steps off with good strength off that hind leg. It's the front part of her skeleton that concerns me a bit. She's lower in her heel, she's longer in her toe. It causes her to come up in her top. Wants to park her tail head just a little higher than I would prefer that it be. I'd really like to change those feet up front. To me, it causes some issue for me, and I'd just like to be a little more comfortable and a little more correctly designed in that foot shape. Heifer that comes next is one that's a lot like those two heifers we started with the added performance, added rib shape, added extra thickness out of her hip. Not as good in terms of structure at the ground, not quite as attractive in her design through her front third, not quite the femininity in her musculature we find in the heifers that are above her in class. Young man's got a more femininely designed female that rounds out our group. Her front third's extremely good. I really appreciate her angles as we study her on her shoulder. Really backing her knee nice, just a little narrower chested, just a little shorter in her hip. Maybe like to see just a notch more performance to her as well. Again, congratulations to our Mainetainer exhibitors.
Your results from Class 19 in the Open Maine Angus Spring Heifer Calves class. In 5th place, entry 3148, Parker Chestnut. In 4th place, entry 3151, AJ Pospischel. In 3rd place, entry 3147, and that is Lincoln Burnt. In 2nd place, and your reserve champion Spring Heifer Calf for Division 1 is entry 3152, Keegan Steck. Your class winner and your champion Spring Heifer Calf is entry 3149, Dallas Ritchie. In the ring at this time is Class 20. We have entry 3153 from Tanner Seabolt. Entry 3154 from AJ Pospischel. Entry 3155 from Tyson Fox. Entry 3156 from Lucas Leifers. These are your Open Maine Angus Spring Heifer Calves calved January 1st through February 28th of 2022. Your first and seconds within this class will become your champion and reserve champion summer yearling heifers.
I think there's 4 really nice females in this class. To me, these 2 kind of sort up. They're higher performing cattle that have got some body to them. Their angles and their broodiness are probably more appealing to me in terms of the depth of rear rib that they have, the spring of that rib that they have. I think in differing those, you folks down there can kind of see those front ends. I like the way this heifer trues up in her knee and gets her front feet placed under her more comfortably. I think her blade sets better into her top of her rib and shoulder, into the top of that rib, lets her get along with a better reach and a lot more comfort throughout her whole skeleton. And I think just an awful lot of quality to go along with her with regards to femininity and substance. And this is a really strong female as well in terms of that big-bodied, heavy, structured look that gives you a maternal look. I think she's strong-muzzled and good-jawed, a female that's got all kinds of good in her through the top side of her skeleton. We get right down at the ground as she comes at you, as she exits. Just like to improve her stability up front, her angle to her knee, and the way that she directs traffic up there probably gets a little closer in her chest because of some issues that she has down low. This is a pretty dang nice heifer that comes next to be standing third. A really long-bodied, very angular-built one that's just a little rounder in her makeup. She starts that way at her shoulder. She ends up that way in terms of her musculature and the power she has. But she still steps good, and she still moves pretty true. She lacks a little of that performance. You know, as a yearling, if she can maintain that kind of soundness and flexibility and have that power advantage, she might be one that just gets a little stouter as she goes. Heifer that comes next gives up some in terms of her balance to those heifers that started the class. In her front third, she gets just a little plainer because of her depth of neck, but look at how much chest she's got. Look how much rib cage she comes to us with in terms of volume. Probably need to make her a little more correct on her feet and legs as well, but a good female to round out our group. Congratulations to our Mainetainer exhibitors.
Your results from Class 20. In 4th place, entry 3154, AJ Pospischel. In 3rd place, entry 3153, Tanner Seabolt. In 2nd place, and your reserve champion spring heifer calf for Division 2 is entry 3155, Tyson Fox. In 1st place, and your champion spring heifer calf for Division 2 is entry 3156, Lucas Leifers. In the ring at this time is Class 21. This is Maine Angus Summer Yearling Heifers, calved May 1st through June 31st. We have the lone entry, which is 3160 from Baron Strope. This is the only animal within the division, so this will become your champion Summer Yearling Heifer.
Well, a really nice summer yearling female that's certainly deserving of being a class winner and could sure handle some competition. You like her build and her design in terms of her body shape and her rib shape. I think she's been managed well. She looks to me like one that's pretty fresh to be as bloomy as she is for a show. I like the maternal look that we get. We get her on the move. She wants to toe in for me a little bit up front, but a heifer that flexes good and handles her hind leg good with good stability there, so it allows for her to look pretty good when she presents herself on the travel. Nice female. Again, congratulations to our exhibitor.
Your results from Class 21. In 1st place, entry 3160, Baron Strope. Again, she becomes your Maine Angus champion Summer Yearling Heifer. In the ring at this time is Class 22. This is open Maine Angus Spring Yearling Heifers, calved March through April of 2021. We have 2 entries, 3162 from Rebecca Langford and entry 3164 from Garrett Scholes. These are the only two females within the division, so 1st and 2nd will become your champion and reserve champion junior yearling heifers.
Well, I apologize to our Maine Angus exhibitors. I think I've been misspeaking and talking about them as maintainers. No different, or I guess not a big deal, but it is incorrect, and I guess I appreciate what I see here with regards to the breed complementarity of making these Maine Angus females. And I guess as I think about what you might be expecting to get if you put those really strong Maine bulls on some really good-bodied, maternal-looking Angus females, you'd get what you have in the ring at this point. Good brood cow kind of females that have got some body and some capacity to them. Females that have got femininity and character to their front third. You love the way that they come together in terms of their design. I think in separating this really good pair of heifers, the female that I like really just does it when she gets out and travels. She's just super comfortable in the way that she goes. Her blade ties so nice up through the top of her shoulder and neck. She's super in terms of her levelness as she maintains super correctness from shoulder to hip as she gets out and travels. Just doesn't have any trouble whatsoever stepping her track and maintaining excellent with the base. The heifer in second has just a little more issue in that regard. She gets just a tickle straighter fronted, wants to make her just a little bit higher up in her top, wants to make her just a little more restricted off her hind leg because she's a little straight there as well. But still, it doesn't take away from all the capacity, volume, and body. Really managed well and kept her fresh as an older female. So my congratulations to a really good pair in this particular class and division.
Your results from Class 22 in second place, and your reserve champion junior yearling heifer is entry 3164, Garrett Scholes. And your class winner and champion junior yearling heifer, entry 3162, Rebecca Langford. In the ring at this time will be your division champions returning for your Grand Champion Open Maine Angus female selections. Also at this time, we would like to make a schedule announcement. The dog pull show that was supposed to take place at 5 o'clock has been pushed back to the conclusion of our beef shows here in the stadium arena. We hope to have the shows wrapped up between 6 and 6:30. So again, at this time, our dog pull show will continue after the conclusion of our beef shows.
Well, as someone that's fortunate enough to get to judge a few shows every once in a while, when you get a set of divisions lined up to select a champion that are this high quality and this uniform, there's a really nice set of females out here by my humble estimation. It's been a privilege to get to work through this particular lineup of cattle, and it's not been challenging at all for me to bring to the forefront, I think, the division winners, that excel at the ground and work their way up into a skeleton that I think allows them to have tremendous longevity and tremendous impact on these young people in breeding programs and so forth for some time to come. You know, we started with our heifer calf up here and mentioned in her class in that division, she's as far along as she needs to be in terms of her conditioning. I am really, really lucky that I get to help a lot of kids and advise kids with their show programs, and it's been my observation over the last several years is we've packed more body in these cattle and we've given them more doability. Managing that end of it has become a bigger and bigger challenge. This heifer to me really, really looks good at the ground, and her chest floor is so smooth. She is awfully good as she comes through her shoulder design and reaches her track and steps that track. I think her skeletal durability is going to allow that one to be an awfully good female for a long, long time. Yes, I would like to tone her down a bit in terms of her conditioning, and I like that about the freshness we found in that reserve champion in that particular division. But there's a really strong brood cow in that division winner, and I certainly like those things about her. A little starchier fronted, a little more show cow looking female that stands behind there in that second division. Big structured, big footed kind of a cow that's got a little extra shape. She ties together extremely well as we study her down her top and up through the top of that blade, and complements that with progressive width out of her hip. Tremendous shape through the center of that body as well. I'm a little bit disappointed with her coming and going from me. Maybe could just bust her open underneath just a little bit to see some of the same things we see in the calf, maybe even the heifer that rounds out this group in terms of their flexibility and functionality in terms of base width that we see there. But that's an awfully good one, certainly merits a good solid look as we stand her up in this line. The summer yearling was a single entry in her division. Mentioned in her class she could handle a lot of competition. I stand by that still, and I think she looks very good out here in this lineup, even though she came from only a single division. You've done a nice job managing her condition. Very fresh up over the top of her shoulder. Love the way she still carries the body and depth of flank that she does. Really like her on her hind legs. Still a little concerned about those front feet. Heifer that comes out of this last deal, I thought those two heifers were just really, really good, and I stand by that still. I think our champion just excels in the way that she blends up through her front third. She's so good through the middle of her body to maintain the flexibility and the angularity that she does up front, to still maintain that base width and substance to her. I think is really, really unique to any breed of cattle. Flexibility and thickness and stoutness is going to let them take a lot of different kinds of environments and a lot of different scenarios. I really like a lot of things about her as well. Please put your hands together. Let's congratulate our Maine Angus exhibitors. It's been a really, really fun show to evaluate.
Your grand champion open Maine Angus female is also your champion junior yearling heifer, and that is entry 3162, Rebecca Langford. Rolling into consideration for reserve will be entry 3164, Garrett Scholes. Your reserve grand champion open Maine Angus female is also your champion spring heifer calf from Division 1, and that is entry 3149, Dallas Ritchie. Once again, a schedule announcement that the dog pull show will happen after the conclusion of our shows here in the arena, which we are looking anywhere from 6:15 to 6:45 for the conclusion of these shows. So on behalf of the National Western Stock Show, we do apologize for the scheduling conflicts, but at this time, dog pull show is delayed until we finish the beef shows here in Stadium Arena. In the ring at this time is Class 23 of Junior Mainetainer Spring Heifer calves, calved May 1st through June 31st of 2022. We had a total entries of 3. We had 1598 McKenna Tucker, entry 1600 Tyler Thompson, and 1601 Baylor Mary Herbold.
Here in Maintainer show, we're going to start off the show with the May and a June here. We're going to start with the May heifer. Just a lot of body mass in this female. Female gives you a good look on her profile. She's sure feminine enough up front. A lot of power when you get out behind her. I'd like to probably change her in the slope of her shoulder a little bit as you see her go off this front end. But she just overwhelms the June behind her from a power standpoint, mass standpoint. Little June heifer with a lot of future in her for this young lady. Very green in her makeup, very extended up front. Just needs some time to mature in her body a little bit. Just not enough rear third of that rib cage to get her any higher today.
Your results from Class 23. In second place, entry 1598, McKenna Tucker. And your class winner, entry 1600, that is Tyler Thompson. Set to enter the ring at this time will be Class 24 of Junior Maintainer Spring Heifer calves, calved March 1st through April 30th of 2022. We have entry 1596 from Keegan Steck. Entry 1603, Ellie Hurt. 1604, Trevor Williams. 1605, Landrick Hansen. 1606, Cole Flower. 1607, McKenna Tucker. 1608, Allie Taylor. And 1609, Cord McMillan.
here in the Maintainer ring. A good size class, the biggest class we've judged today. A lot of give and take, but the place there was no give and take was the class winner. The class winner handles this class with ease for Amy and I. The balance that she shows you, the look she shows you, she's still feminine up through her front end. She's easily the soundest heifer in the class. She travels free and easy. She's loose in her skeleton, which I like that. She's not overdone from any one extent, but there's enough of everything. There's enough bone, there's enough foot, there's enough rib shape and design. I just like the condition she's in, the softness she travels with, the muscle she has in her. A really nice class winner that handles the class with ease for Amy and I. The young man's body that comes in second, is she a little more massive when you're behind her down, looking down her top and out through her hip and maybe in the center of that rib? Yeah, she possibly is. But from a structure standpoint, she just can't compete with the one above her today. She's still very nice fronted, laid in at the point of her shoulder. She's really good and wide down her top. She's impressive from behind. She has a good rib shape and dimension, a lot of balance. When you get her in motion, she's just tighter in that skeleton. We need to free her up on both ends and just get her to travel a little freer and easy. But really a nice heifer for this young man. The young lady's heifer that comes next in line, very up-headed, very appealing on a profile from a feminine standpoint, extended up front. She's long down her top. She's good out her hip. Again, from a soundness standpoint, she logically goes in here for me. She is one of the two soundest heifers in the class. Just needs to be more power in this heifer. She just needs to be blown apart in that rib cage and that fore rib back into that rear flank. Just be a little more oomph to get in her higher in class. But from a structure standpoint, she logically has to be here. The gentleman's baldy heifer that comes next in line. Again, a very eye-appealing female from the profile. Really like the front end of this female. Good balance in her. From a structure standpoint, I need to free her up and make her a little easier. From a profile standpoint, I need to pull her down in that rear flank a little bit. But again, she's going to fall here because she gives you that good feminine look up front. And from a soundness standpoint, this is where she falls in this class. As we get into the next three heifers in class, they need to be sounder for me and Amy to get them any higher today. This young lady's heifer has some rib cage design in her, has some power built in her. She's feminine enough. She just needs to go about the ring freer and easy with more flex off both ends to get her any higher. Same can be said for the next two heifers in line. Thank you.
Your results from class 24. In 7th place, entry 1607, McKenna Tucker. In 6th place, entry 1609, Cord McMillan. In 5th place, entry 1608, Allie Taylor. In 4th place, entry 1604, Trevor Williams. In 3rd place, entry 1603, Ellie Hurt. In 2nd place, entry 1605, Landrick Hansen. And your class winner, entry 1596, Keegan Steck. In the ring at this time is class number 25 of Junior Mainetainer Spring Heifer Calves, calved January 1st through February 28th of 2022. We have entries from Grayson Belcher and entry from Kinnick Polson.
here in the Mainetainer ring, these two January heifers. Really a nice pair of heifers. Sure, some differences in them. This young man heifer that's going to lead off the class, when he gets her parked in a profile, she gives you a really great look here. She's good down her top and out her hips. She's really good design in her bone structure, big-footed. She's laid in flat in her joints. Gives you a real female look. You know, this is as much January heifer as Amy and I would probably want, but she lands in an area that we can accept. There's just a lot of good things about this heifer. I will say when you get her in motion, I wish maybe she was a tick more flexible off her hind leg, but that's picking on one that's got a lot of good things about her. We really like this heifer that comes in second here too. Good body in this female, good bone structure under her, nice foot size. She's a good size for Amy and I. She fits in well to where we think a January heifer ought to be at this age. She's really good down her top when you view her from behind, and a lot of rib shape to her. Where she loses out to Amy and I, she doesn't quite have as feminine a look through that front end, and then when you get her in motion, she wants to get up at that top a little bit, broken that loin, and doesn't quite have the extension off those rear two, doesn't reach quite as far as the heifer that's going to lead the class off. A nice pair of heifers. Be anxious to see them back out here.
Your results from Class 25 of Junior Maintainer Spring Heifer Calves. In second place, entry 1612, that is Grayson Belcher. Your class winner, entry 1999 from Kinnick Polson. At this time, we will bring back our class winners to select your Maintainer Champion Junior Heifer Calves.
let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really a nice set of Mainetainer heifers out here. A lot of quality. You know, obviously the biggest division we've judged today so far, but there's a lot of quality here. You know, as you view these heifers, this heifer that won the first class, really a nice heifer for this young man. Feminine up front, big barrel in this female, impressive enough down her top and when you get out behind her. But honestly, when you get her in motion, she can't be in competition to win this division right now. As she goes along in life and matures, maybe she loosens up a little more in her structure. That will be the case. But as of today, for Amy and I, it's a very nice heifer for this young man with a bright future. But for Amy and I, she probably needs to be a little freer and easier. The young man's heifer that won the next class, you know, this heifer won its class handily for Amy and I. Big bone, big footed, good bone structure under this heifer. And what I mean by that, flat jointed. You know, like the shape of even their lower joint with a good foot, but not a big old pastern on it. Soft in those pasterns when it travels. Really like the way this heifer handles her hind leg and move when she moves. She's soft in that rear hock as she goes. She reaches really well. She's long-sided. She's sure appealing enough through her front end. She's got a maternal look. Her head's fine on her. She's got enough rib depth to her. She's good down her top with some muscle. She's probably a little flatter ribbed when you get her out on a 3/4 angle than the heifer that won the class right behind her. She's maybe a little stouter boned heifer, but probably, you know, maybe with some maturity that'll come, but probably doesn't have quite the rib design of the heifer right behind her. Probably not quite the center width of it when you view her from behind, but really a good heifer that's definitely in the talks for me and Amy to be able to accomplish this division. Very flexible as she goes. Gentleman's heifer that won the last class for Amy and I was in the toughest class and the toughest pair of the division. She's a heifer that gives you a really good look on a profile when this young man gets her set up. This is a good-sized January heifer, but not outside of the realm. I've shown Angus January heifers that were this big. I know that's a possibility. So, yeah, she reaches that limit, but it's not too much for Amy and I. But just the look she gives you, the shape and dimension of her rib, the balance she gives you, the way she's laid in at the point of her shoulder and expanding at her heart when you get behind her. She's good in her hip, puts a lot of things together really well. She travels the ground really nice for Amy and I. If you're comparing, she might not be quite as flexible in her hock as the heifer right in front of her, but with everything else she possesses, it makes this a close competition for Amy and I. I will talk about the heifer that was second in class to her because it could come that comes into play in this. Love the rib shape and dimension of the heifer behind her. Probably the biggest rib shape of any of the heifers out here. A heifer with good bone and foot on her, with some muscle involved in her. We thought when she got going around, she got a little up in her top and a little broken in her loin. Maybe didn't quite reach as good off her hind leg. But another heifer that, depending on what we decide to do for the champion in this division, could come into play, and that's why I wanted to speak of her. Me and Amy are going to take one look here. We actually haven't made up our mind yet, and then after she goes out and gets you a champion in this division, we'll look hard at the other ones for reserve. Thank you.
Your champion junior heifer calf in the Maintainer division comes from class 25, and that is entry 1999 from Kinnick Polson. Rolling into consideration for reserve will be the second place from class 25, that is entry 1612 from Grayson Belcher. Your reserve champion Maintainer junior heifer calf also comes from class 25. That is entry 1612 from Grayson Belcher. Coming into the ring at this time is class number 26. We have the lone entry from Jace Blazer, his junior Maintainer summer yearling heifer, calving August 7th of 2021.
Just a single entry here that will be a division winner in this summer. Really a stout bone, stout footed kind of female. A lot of length in this female. Female that's got some length up front. She's a female for me and Amy. Probably gets just a little out of balance. She gets a little deep in her chest. Would like to probably see a little more rear third of that rib cage. But a big old stout female for this young man.
Your results from class 26 and your Maintainer champion summer yearling heifer goes to entry 3125 of Jace Blazer. That's pretty impressive for a kid of his stature. Coming into the ring at this time is class number 27. This is your junior Maintainer spring yearling heifers, calved March 1st through April 30th of 2021. We have a total of 3 entries, 1618 from Carson Reich, entry 1620 from Kayla Muir, and entry 1624, Ellie Hart.
here in the Maintainers, we're going to start off with a heifer that handles the class with relative ease for Amy and I. Really gives you a great look on her profile. Really big barrel in this female. Still feminine and really nice made through that head and neck. Just gives you that real maternal cow look. She's very balanced with all that depth. She's still so balanced when you get on her profile. The way she carries that rib into that fore flank and into that chest, and the way she carries it into the rear flank. She's square out her hips. She puts her feet down really good. As you put her in motion, she really puts her feet down where they should be. She's flexible enough. She's a heifer to Amy and I. She could reach maybe just a bit farther off both ends, but it's still not like she don't cover track in that. She does a nice job of a lot of things. Really look forward to seeing her back out here. The young lady's heifer that's going to come in next in line probably does so for me and Amy from a balance and barrel standpoint. There is some rib shape and dimension in this heifer. Extremely long-sided and long hip. She's feminine enough through her front end. When you get her in motion, though, she's just going to have to get around freer and easier to be able to keep up with the heifer in front of her today. The same thing for the next heifer in line. This heifer loses out from a balance standpoint to the heifer right in front of her. She gets a little deeper in that chest, a little lighter in that rear third of that body cavity. She's a heifer that has some mass down her top and out through her hip and from behind. But again, when you put her in motion, she's going to have to travel freer and easier to get up any higher today.
Your results from Class 27. In third place, entry 1620, Kayla Muir. In second place, entry 1624, Ellie Hurt. And your class winner, entry 1618, Carson Reich. In the ring at this time is class number 28. This is junior Mainetainer yearling heifers, calved January 1st through February 28th of 2021. We have the lone entry 1625 from Stetson Roethlisberger.
Just a single entry again here in the Maintainer ring. Really a very feminine, broody, cowy looking female from a profile here. Big rib cage in this female, good bone and foot size, travels free and easy enough. A little greener in her condition. It's a coincidence. She's a heifer that gets maybe a little tighter in her heart, a little more open looking in her shoulder. When you get her in motion, maybe gets just a little rigid in her top, but a big barreled kind of female with some bone and substance to her. It'll be interesting to see her back out here.
Your results from Class 28. First place, entry 1625, Stetson Roethlisberger. At this time, we will bring back our class winners from Class 27 and 28 to select your Maintainer Champion Junior Yearling females.
Well, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause out here in the Maintainer show. You know, a small division in numbers, but there's some quality out here. These two class winners are both very nice females. The heifer that won the first class, I mean, just puts together this great picture. When you get her set on a profile here. This young man, this is kind of what you're looking for. This is a big, broody, big-bodied female that's really good up through her head and neck. She's a heifer that's laid in good enough at the point of that shoulder, but when you get behind her, there's a lot of spread in this female from behind. She's explodes in that fore rib. She's good down her top and out her hip. She's got big bone and big foot under, great balance. When you get behind her, plenty of muscle in this female, puts a lot of things together very well. Puts her feet to the ground very nicely. She's a heifer when she travels. She does so very nicely. She could be just a tick more flexible, but sure is flexible enough, and all the quality in that female just makes her really something Amy and I look for. The young man's heifer that comes in next doesn't have quite the hair of the presentation of the one right in front of her, but this is the big-boned, big-footed, flat-jointed female with a big old rib cage in her. Very feminine broody through that front end, extended through that front end. A little more chest in this female, cuts up a little harder in that foreflank. She's a heifer when you get out behind her, is a little more pinched in that heart coming out of that upper shoulder. So needs to be pulled apart there to explode a little more like the heifer in front of her, but a nice pair of heifers, but a heifer that wins the division handily for Amy and I. She'll go select that one for you, and then she'll get your reserve. Thank you.
Your champion junior yearling female comes from class number 27, and that is entry 1618 from Carson Reich. Rolling into consideration for your reserve will be the second place from class 27, and that is entry 1624 from Ellie Hurt. Your reserve champion junior yearling female for the Maintainers is your first place winner from class number 28, and that is entry 1625, Stetson Roethlisberger. At this time, we will bring back our division winners to select your grand champion junior Maintainer females. Your champion from your Maintainer Junior Heifer Calf Division is entry 1999 Kinnick Polson. Your reserve champion is 1612 Grayson Belcher. Your Maintainer Champion Summer Yearling Heifer is entry 3125 Jace Blazer. And your champion Junior Yearling Female is 1618 Carson Reich. And your reserve champion is entry 1625 Stetson Roethlisberger. Once again, our judges are Bruce and Amy Sturtzbaugh. Bruce and his wife, Amy, and their two sons, Dylan and his wife, Taylor, and Cade and his fiancee, Taylor, reside in Louisville, Ohio, where they own and operate Sturtzbaugh Cattle Company. At Sturtzbaugh Cattle Company, their main focus is producing high-quality and national contending Angus show cattle. Bruce has raised Angus cattle for more than 25 years and has produced many national, regional, and state champions throughout the country. Congratulations and thank you, Bruce and Amy, for judging today's events.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just Bruce's associate here, but a wife of many years. Denver is something that's very special to him and I, because 34 years ago is where I met my best friend and the love of my life. So, and every day since then, 24 hours a day, 365, this is what we do. Kids and cows. And we enjoy it greatly. We wouldn't be doing it for this long. But Denver, like I said, will always have a very, very special place in my heart. It means a lot to us. This is where we met. We've pushed many juniors through this ring, and it's something that I'm very proud of. As many champions as we've led through here, so I know the feeling that you get when that slap comes. I also want to thank Blake Nelson, the junior board members here, for having Bruce and I come. This is the first time in all the years that we've been here that we have sorted cattle together in this arena that brought us together. So with that, thank you, Blake, and thank you to the Maine Association. You guys are to be commended, because from the start to the finish here, nope, there's not a lot of numbers, but your guys' quality is so good and so deep for so many small numbers. It's something you guys need to be proud of as breeders and as exhibitors on its own. So with that said, I will turn the mic over to Bruce, but thank you very much. It was an honor, without a doubt, to sort in this Coliseum.
I'll try to keep this short. There are some things I want to say. I want to thank the American Maine-Anjou Association, Blake Nelson, for having me out here. I've been coming here, this is 39 years in a row. So I've been coming here for a long time. I feel very honored and privileged. I've judged a lot of shows, but this is the first time I've had the opportunity to judge here. I'm so glad to do it with my beautiful wife, who we met here, like she says, 34 years ago. We do everything together. Strongest woman I know, and I want to thank her. I also want to thank my sons, Dylan and Cade, and my son's beautiful wife, Taylor, and my other son's beautiful fiance, Taylor. We are a family operation. We're the only 6. There's people that help us a lot and get paychecks on a daily basis, but we're the employees. I want to thank them. 2023 is going to be a great year for Amy and I. Cade is going to get married to Taylor, and we get our first grandchild from Dylan and Taylor in May. And it is a girl, which is close to my heart. I wanted a girl. So it's going to be a big year for us. You know, I just want to say something here. This place means so much to me for a lot of reasons, but I want to show respect to the men that have come before me. I think sometimes that's missed nowadays. There are gentlemen who paved the way for us to do this in the living that I make and the only way I make money. From the Harlan Richies to the Herman Purdy's to the Doug Parrots. And then gentlemen that do what I've done that are still here, from Eldon Krebs to Paul Hill to Bill Wilson, who's no longer with us, to Gary Dameron. And a lot of those are Angus names, I realize that. Nick Overpeck. There's so many guys I could talk about. I just always want young people and everybody to remember this place is sacred to me. It's the greatest cow show on earth. These are hallowed grounds. But there are people that came before us that made this possible for all of us, and always pay respect to those gentlemen. Someday, I hope people respect me and my wife for what I've done. I didn't mention any women. There's a lot of women coming up through this. Someday, I hope she gets that respect. There's gentlemen coming from behind me that I just want all young people, and I stress this to my sons, always show respect and honor to the people that came before you. It has been a privilege of mine to do this. I think you've had a wonderful set of cattle. I think this breed is really headed in a great direction under the guidance of Blake Nelson. It's been my true honor. If you don't agree with me, I understand that. But this is truly how I feel. For people who know me, I'm honest. Sometimes they can say I can be harsh. My harshness is just my honesty. I try to be truly honest when I pick these cattle and what I see in them. I'm not ever trying to be harsh with anybody. If it comes across that way, I'm sorry. But I just try to give our honest opinion to how we see things. That's why I am. I think it's been a great group of cattle. Me and Amy will have a conversation here. We'll get your Grand Reserve, and so appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Your grand champion junior maintainer female comes from your champion junior heifer calf, and that is entry 1999, Kinnick Polson. Rolling into consideration for your reserve will be entry 1612, which is your reserve champion junior heifer calf, Grayson Belcher. Your reserve grand champion junior maintainer female is your champion junior yearling female, and that is entry 1618 from Carson Reich. So as the schedule goes, we will continue with our open maintainer female show, which we look to have wrapped up in the next 30 minutes or so. And after conclusion of this show, the dog pull show will follow shortly after. Coming in the ring at this time is class 29 of open maintainer spring heifer calves, calved May 1st through June 30th of 2022. We have 3 entries: 3169 from McKenna Tucker, entry 1600 from Tyler Thompson, and entry 3172 from Baylor Hurlbut. Once again, we're back to our judge for the open show, which is Jeff Bedwell from Isabella, Oklahoma. He has raised shorthorn cattle for quite some time, and he has judged at state and national shows across the country.
Well, in our open Mainetainer show, really some really nice females and just cranking in terms of performance. A lot of body, a lot of length of body, things that are going to give them the ability to have true performance and functionality. I think as these heifers go ahead and develop, we're going to be extremely impressed with that performance. This heifer that leads our class, I think, is one that just super big centered, super long fronted, super long moving, steps her track with as much comfort and as much ease as anything that we have out here to pick from. She's not the big featured, big hipped heifer of the group. That heifer is this heifer the young lady in the red shirt has that's second. That one's big-footed and stout and burly built, just a little too aggressive in that regard, in that she's a little tighter structured, wants to pull just a little bit in her blade and get a little more restricted off her hind leg. We've got our third heifer slipped over here in this other spot, heifer that gives up a little performance to those but is really pretty good in her own performance. I think those two that we start with are exceptional in regards to their weight per day of age. This heifer is going to have to come together just a little better in terms of her balance as she matures, and I think she will. She's still a pretty heavy-boned heifer that's got some foot size and some future and potential to her as well. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Your results from Class 29: in third place, entry 3169, McKenna Tucker. In second place, entry 3172, Baylor Hurlbutt. And your class winner, entry 1600, Tyler Thompson. In the ring at this time, we have Class 30 Open Maintainer Spring Heifer calves, calved March 1st through April 30th of 2022. We have entries 3167 from Keegan Steck, 3176 Ellie Hurt, 1604 Trevor Williams, 3178 Landrick Hansen, 3180 Cole Flower, 3183 McKenna Tucker, 3186 Allie Taylor, entry 3188 Cord McMillan, and entry 3179 DeYoung Ranch.
I think these two in this class that are 1 and 2 are really, really close, and I think they set themselves apart. They can just simply catch another gear when they get out here and travel. Now, they both get just a little narrow underneath for me when they go, but as they slow down and they open themselves up, this heifer's transition from her shoulder to her forerib, her softness in through her body, she's equally as lean and trim as the heifer that's going to stand second to her. She's right in that regard in terms of her maturity, maybe backing her knee a little more comfortably, maybe a little more flexion on her hind leg as she travels, and I think it lets her go with just a notch more length of stride than we find this heifer that's second to be able to do, to be able to maintain that width. This heifer in second is really, really cool. When you look at her profile, she's one that is up-fronted. She's one that is really good in her top line when she gets out and travels. So she is comfortable enough in her skeleton to be able to do that. Again, as I get in behind her and the heifer that's going to win the class, as I watch them come to me, the dimensionality underneath that class winner is probably superior to what we have this heifer in second. I think then it becomes some trade-offs for the next 4 heifers, and I can have these lined up several different ways. I think in the end, a good functional female that has extra length of body, extra dimension to her top, extra dimension out of her hip, and the best foot of the group that we have to work with ends up in the 3rd spot. This heifer's got just a little bit of a waddle up under her throat, probably detracts a little bit from her from a profile standpoint. But as you look at her individually, you love her skull and her stoutness of her muzzle and the way that she transitions with extra width down the top of that skeleton. And she, like those two in front of her, have as much athleticism and ability to travel as any. I guess the trade-off here is how you deal with this heifer that comes 3rd. She's a high-performing heifer, probably a little more mature appearing than the heifers on either side of her, but a heifer that I think still merits being in the top end of this class because of her rib shape, her upper rib shape and top. That heifer handles herself when she finally gets it in her mind she's going to, with some good direction with regards to both front and rear feet. I get a little bit critical of the next couple of heifers at different times in the way that they handle themselves out of their hip and the way that those hind legs hit the ground. Sometimes we lack some of the stability that we'd like to see. This heifer gets just a little bit sloped out from her hooks to her pins, but she is way, way cool through the front 3rd of her body. Really nice and youthful and through the front of her chest, right up through her shoulder blade area. The young man's done a nice job bringing her along at the right rate of maturity for a heifer calf that's in this age group. Like the dimensions that we have in her upper rib and the way that she comes out that hip in terms of width, just like to see her handle those pins a little differently so that we could have a little more stability on that hind leg. Young man's heifer that comes next is super, super attractive fronted as well. She's one of the greenest ones we have out here. She's pretty real in terms of where we see her in terms of composition. A muscular female that's attractive and I think gets to be a really, really nice yearling female. Matter of fact, I think she has got about as much future as several of these that are in the middle of this class. Heifer that comes next is one from a profile standpoint I really can get into. She is so elegant up through her front 3rd. Her head and her neck have a natural fit that complements her rib cage and her depth of body. It's when I get in and read this heifer from the top and I watch her go away from me. We just need to bust her loose through her center body, maybe give her a little more shape. That may come to her. She looks like one that has enough skeletal dimension that she can open up and expand and become that heifer that's going to have more of that kind of center body and upper rib shape, but it needs to come to her, and that base width concerns me just a little bit. Got a couple of heifers that round out our group that are certainly muscular heifers that have some dimensions to them. We need to see them more correct on their feet and legs. We need to improve their balance a little bit. But again, a nice set of Mainetainer females, a tremendous set all the way through a really large class. Would you please give them a nice round of applause? That was a great set to evaluate.
Your results from Class 30. In 9th place, 3183, McKenna Tucker. In 8th place, entry 3188, Cord McMillan. 7th place, entry 3176, Ellie Hurt. 6th place, entry 3179, De Jong Ranch. In 5th place, entry 1604, Trevor Williams. 4th place, entry 3178, Landrick Hansen. In 3rd place, entry 3186, Allie Taylor. In 2nd place, entry 3167, Keegan Steck. And your class winner, entry 3180, that is Cole Flower. In the ring at this time, we have brought back our Class 29 and Class 30 winners to select your champion spring heifer calf for Division 1s.
Well, this has been a really excellent division of cattle, a lot more numbers than we've seen in this particular division than the other shows previously. A little more variation in them, but I think fundamentally we still end up with the cattle that are at the ground right in terms of their foot shape and toe shape, their back and their knee right. It gives them the ability to get out and be comfortable as they travel, which should enhance their longevity and their potential in terms of productivity. You know, these two heifers that I have here are not anywhere near the same kind of cattle from the standpoint of just body type or phenotype. This heifer that I'm looking at now out of that May class, big, high-performing female and not big statured, just big numbers in terms of weight per day of age, long-bodied, big-ribbed heifer that's just got a lot of softness and substance to her. Not as big in her feature in terms of bone and foot as that heifer that's going to stand behind her. She's good cattle. I like a lot of things about her, and she is definitely a contender in this situation. Then we've got a heifer that's just burlier built. She's bigger bone, bigger footed kind of a female. She, too, has a ton of rib and body to her. She's a bigger outline kind of a heifer that's going to be a bigger cow, but has a place in a lot of people's business and a lot of people's industry. With regards to this cattle business, I think there's a lot of value in her, too. And you get right in behind her, you know, that's one that gets progressively wider as you study her and her skeleton from shoulder to hip. You get in front of her, and all those transitions up through her shoulder, through the floor of her chest, all fit very neatly for the amount of bone and amount of substance she has. You know, and then as you study these two heifers and you make that decision, you know, whichever direction you go, you either keep these two together or you use this heifer and go all the way with her and make this heifer reserve. I like keeping these two heifers together that I've got out of that older class. I think they're an awful lot alike in their kind. They're really mobile. I think they've got some trendiness to them in terms of being able to really contribute difference to the breed. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause, if you would, please.
Your champion spring heifer calf for Division 1 in the Mainetainer Open Show is entry 3180, Cole Flower. Your reserve champion spring heifer calf for Division 1 is entry 3167, and that is Keegan Steck. At this time, we will bring in Class 31. This is Open Maintainer Spring Heifer Calves, calf January 1st through February 28th of 2022. We have entry from Grayson Belcher and Kinnick Polson. These are the only two animals within the division, so your first and seconds will become your champion and reserve champion spring heifer calves.
Well, I really like what we see here in this pair of heifers, and differences in regards to what we see long term. This is going to be a pretty good sized cow when it's all said and done. I'll be the first to admit that. But there's just so many positives to this girl in terms of how she sets that knee back in her blade, and the way that it sets onto her forerib. And frankly, she maintains her body depth more uniformly than her heifer that's second. Has an advantage in length of body to go along with that, and the flexibility on her hind leg, I think, is an advantage we see compared to a heifer that's more open in her forerib, bigger and wider sprung through the center of her body. She too is right in the way that rib shape, or her shoulder sets on her rib, her knee comes back in her, but her hock doesn't suit me quite as well. She wants to be just a little tighter in her top line, a little tighter out of her hip, but an excellent, excellent pair of females. Congratulations to our division and reserve division in that January class.
Your results for Class 31: in second place, Grayson Belcher, and becoming your reserve champion spring heifer calf for Division 2. Your class winner and your champion spring heifer calf for Division 2 is entry 3210, Kennick Polson. In the ring at this time, should be Class 32.
Really nice pair of summers. This June female that I like to win this particular class is just beautiful down her top. I love the design of that one from her shoulder blade, the angles that we see over the edge of her loin and over her rib cage, and the way that we follow that up with the kind of hip that allows her to be flexible, just really is something that I admire a tremendous amount. Right in her condition, right in her character in regards to her femininity. Just a really, really nice one, and a pretty tough one to get around. Heifer that comes next is one that's more muscular in her build. She's squarer over the edge of her loin, and she's got more natural width in terms of forearm, and probably more through her stifle. She just gives up some in terms of her structural correctness, and we'd like to see her more correct out of her hip as well. Nice pair of summer females. Congratulations.
Your results for Class 32: in second place and your reserve champion summer yearling heifer is entry 3125, Jace Blazer. In your champion summer yearling heifer goes to entry 3200, that is Ivy Fawcett. Entering the ring at this time will be Class 33. This is open Mainetainer spring yearling heifers calved March 1st through April 30th. We have entry 5152 from Henry Parker, 3201 from Carson Reich, entry 3203 from Kayla Muir, and entry 3206 from Ellie Hurt.
Really a nice female to start this April class with. These early spring yearling females, as a group, I'm pleased with some of the things that we see here, but this one kind of just takes all of those things to a little bit higher level. Quality, balance, soundness, setting at the ground. Her surface is a lot better in terms of her foot shape. Allows her to be a lot more flexible out of her knee and be more comfortable in her top line as she gets out and travels. That's a nice job managing that female and a beautiful presentation. Heifer that comes next is one that, as I first saw her come in, I thought she might be just a tickle terminal. And by that, I simply mean that she's very, very aggressive in her muscle in terms of being robust in her big back, way, very big in her hip, and having more shape and expression to that muscle. I was a little concerned about her foot and the surface of the foot and where it's hitting and what I see with those feet. But when you put those cattle in motion, this girl handles herself very, very well. For that amount of power and that amount of dimension, she goes and flexes as good as you could ask for one to do. I don't see quite the smoothness and uniformity down her top. Her tail head wants to get a little bit high and a little bit more coarse, and I would like to change the surface of those feet, the uniformity of those toes a little bit to allow her to be an even better cow. Heifer that comes next is a good brood cow. You look at her from the side and she's maternal in her build and body. She's one that is massive in terms of her forerib shape, and she's honest in terms of her composition. That heifer's got a lot of substance to her, and I don't think she's carrying an enormous amount of condition. But as we get her in motion and as she parks right there, she wants to get outside of the perimeter of her skeletal width a little bit. We want to just pull her all back together somewhat, make all those pieces and parts blend a little better, and see a little more athleticism as she gets off that hind leg. Here's a little longer fronted female that comes next, maybe even reaches just a little better out of her front shoulder, but it's not exactly right either. Wants to toe out just a bit, wants to be just a little less uniform down her top line in terms of her strength behind her shoulder and right out of her hip compared to the heifer that was right immediately in front of her, but a nice female to round out our group with and an awfully good cow to be talking in fourth place. Congratulations again to our Mainetainer exhibitors.
Results from class 33 in fourth place, entry 3206, Ellie Hurt. Third place, entry 3203, Kayla Muir. Entry 5152 in second place, Henry Thomas Parker. And your class winner, entry 3201, Carson Reich. In the ring at this time is class 34, Open Maintainer Junior Yearling Females, calved January 1st through February 28th of 2021. We have the lone entry of 3207 from Stetson Roethlisberger.
Well, I think our exhibitor's got a nice cow in the making. Now, she's not as woofy in terms of bringing to us as a high level of presentation in terms of conditioning as some of these other cattle have been. Fundamentally, this is a really nice female. I like her angles up through her front third. I love her top line design as she gets out and travels. Her feet are big and square. I like that about her as well. Probably just need to see her just a notch wider and transition a little better right up in that forerib and see just a little more natural thickness out of her hip. But I think some condition would add to that. You've probably got her in a better position to calve more successfully where she's at, and I admire you for taking that step. Let's congratulations again to our Maintainer exhibitor.
Your results from class 34 in first place, entry 3207, Stetson Roethlisberger. At this time, we will bring back our class winners from class 33 and 34 to select your champion junior yearling females.
Well, I think a nice division of cattle, to me, it's pretty straightforward. I think we've got a heifer that needs to go ahead and win this division that is really right on track in terms of being presented extremely well. Her maturity's right in terms of conditioning. It matches what you would expect wanting one to go into a stage of production where she's going to be potentially more productive that way. But she's just really, really attractive to look at from the side, and she doesn't disappoint you when you get up on top of her with some true skeletal width. So she's a nice place to go for a champion. We've got one that follows her in class that's just a little too raw for me to use at this point. I think we need to come back and grab this second heifer out of that same class. That's a little different in her type and kind, but I think she really does a nice job holding herself and presenting herself out here as she gets around the ring. She's a power cow that's really cool fronted. Like to change the feed a little bit, but I am an admirer of how well she travels, how shapely she is, and the young lady does a nice job and has put her together extremely well. Let's give them a nice round of applause, if you would, in congratulating their efforts here today, if you would, please.
Your champion junior yearling female comes from class 33, and that is entry 3201, Carson Reich. And your reserve champion junior yearling female also comes from class 33, and that is entry 5152 from Henry Thomas Parker. At this time, we will bring back all of our division winners to select your grand champion open Mainetainer females.
Well, before we select our champion, I want to express my appreciation to be asked to come and share my evaluation of your Maine-Anjou cattle, beginning with those purebreds and working our way to these maintainers. It's been a tremendous experience for me and one that I'll always remember. I never take these opportunities for granted, and I think there's a lot of responsibility that goes along with them, as many folks that step into this arena and grab a microphone do. I just think there is an awful lot of good to what we do in this cattle business, and I think there's an awful lot that we have to be thankful for when it comes to that. I want to also thank our American Maine-Anjou Association. I appreciate that invitation. I think you guys should be very proud of Blake Nelson, your staff. You folks do a really top-notch job, and sometimes as a member of our Shorthorn Senior Board of Directors now, I can appreciate a little bit what it's like herding cats at the association level, and I think they do a very professional and represent you guys extremely well. I think you should give those folks a nice round of applause, if you would, for me, please. I would also like to thank the National Western. I've judged shows out here several times, and I've never had the hospitality or the organization that I've experienced this time. It just feels different and it feels better. And I think the National Western is on the right track. Let's give them a nice round of applause for providing us a venue to come do what we love to do. With that, we're not going to go back, or I'm not going to go back and describe and talk the cattle. You guys probably have figured out I am kind of a fanatic about feet and legs and the fundamental soundness that goes along with those. I think it adds to the longevity of the cattle. I think it adds to the maternal value and potential that those cattle have to transmit, to become elite donors, to become benchmarks of your breed. And I think you've got cattle in this arena at this very moment that have all the potential in the world to do that. I was tremendously impressed with your bull show today. There wasn't very many bulls in that deal, and there's some cattle in there that are going to be contributors for several years to come, and that is the situation by my estimation in what we have standing here right now. Let's put our hands together. I'm going to make a champion in reserve and at least two people pretty happy, but I do appreciate the opportunity, and thanks a million for that opportunity. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Your grand champion open maintainer female is your champion summer yearling heifer, and that is entry 3200 Ivy Fawcett. Your reserve grand champion open maintainer female is your champion spring heifer calf from Division 1, and that is entry 3180 Cole Flower. At this time, we may possibly have some more classes still yet to go, a total of 3 more if our exhibitors show up to the ring, and then we will continue with the dog pull show. Before the dog pull show gets started, we will have to clear the arena to drag the arena to prepare it for the dog pull show. In the ring at this time is your class of breeders group of 3. We have the single entry from Allison Taylor.
I really appreciate the exhibitor bringing out our group today. You know, I think the group classes really add a lot to our shows. We've kind of lost some of their luster of having those groups out here over the years, but thank you very much for bringing them out. Let's give them a nice round of applause. A really nice uniform set of cattle. Takes a lot of effort to do these kind of things. Let's give a nice round of applause.
Your breeders group of 3 class winner, Allison Taylor. We have also been informed that Allison Taylor is your breeders group of 3 winner, produce of dam winner, and best of 4 head winner. This does conclude our show for the proceedings for the beef show. We will get all the pictures wrapped up, the stadium arena cleared out, and then stadium drug